Alright, we are good. Had to restart OBS. So today we are working on a CoreGrafx. This is a TurboNanza, I think it's called. Yeah, TurboNanza. Sorry for the lag. I don't know, something with this camera. I think it's because OBS is changing the orientation or something. But anyway, so we've already recapped this. So you can see all the brand new caps. None were leaking. This was a pretty uneventful install, to be honest. Really boring. So we are going to bring up the TurboNanza install. So this is, again, a CoreGrafx, which actually makes the install pretty trivial. Because most of it is all surface mounted. So we need to find, thankfully most of the components look like they're on the bottom. I think I'm going to need to remove the RF shield though. So let's go ahead and quickly do that. By the way, it was kind of cool. The come on, there we go. Okay, it came with this. Really cool. I'm going to keep that. I don't get a lot of foreign, articles of anything, really. So that's kind of cool to me. Alright, so yeah, we're going to go ahead and let me let the owner of this know I'm live. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and remove the RF shield. That's fairly trivial, so not like it's a ton of work. Alright, let's free my, I just made a mess. Nothing crazy, thankfully. No. Alright. My stupid, try not to poke myself. Okay, come on. My wire is all wrapped up. Come on. Get out of... Alright, I'm gonna have to fish it out of this stupid, There we go. Alright. And I smell that. Alright. We can now proceed. Okay. So, we're going to go ahead and remove the RF shield. Which, I'm going to try and have a more over the top view so you guys can see everything. Alright. So... for the most part, this is fairly easy. Just warm up your points, pull it out. Now, it'll be a little annoying here, but hopefully... there we go. One of these is still a little bit tacked down. It's kind of interesting because it's like I'm surprised that this actually doesn't get utterly destroyed from the heat. Come on. How wide is that? Oh, that one's wider. Okay, that's why. Okay. And with that, we think we have, okay, there we go. And that's all. We'll set that in the box just so it doesn't get lost. All right. Take a swig of my cookies and cream protein. By the way, really good. Okay. So I'm going to use my hot tweezers for this because they will make short work. All while trying not to make a complete mess. Because stuff gets wrapped around things and yada yada yada. try not to drop my phone at the same time. Okay. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, I'm not going to be able to see for a bit, but anyway, we are removing R34, 134. Okay. So, R134. R137. Okay, they're all pretty much in a line. R138. I'm holding the board because this makes it easy. And then R130. Oh, R156. I can't. I thought it said 130 or 154. Okay, so those are all removed. I'm gonna guess those are RGB signals. Okay. Switch back. So let's take a look. I'm not gonna zoom in, although let me adjust the focus here. What up? Hold on, let me tighten you guys in a bit. There we go. The jank. No. I don't. I try not to jank. Just gonna clean these up, only so they don't. Well, no real reason, I guess. I just like my. Okay, good enough. All right, next. Actually. Oh, that. So yeah, that. So you can see this here, which goes into. It's an LED. You kind of see it's hot glued in there. I'm pretty sure that's not factory. Then you can see that mess down there, which I am not touching. I'm going to leave that alone. Yeah, good question. All right, so we've removed those components. That's it for the CoreGrafx. Next, we need to disconnect the composite video stuff. So that's R150 or 145, which is over here. Okay, that's gone. Now I need to see. This is why I like to clean up where I work, because they short sometimes when you remove them. All right, so that's gone. That's it for that. Gotta love how quick that goes. So that's okay. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, next we actually start doing real work. So let's pull out all of our stuff. Okay, that's a... I'm actually surprised they give you this, because doesn't it already have a... Alright, anyway. So we don't need this yet. Set that there. Don't need this yet. Set that there. We need this. It's interesting because, boy, one of their photos is really fluxy. Like they didn't, like they must have, that must have been a prototype or something. All right, come on, get it out of the bag. Okay, so here is the TurboNanza itself. So we're gonna align it the way they have it in the photos. Now I'm gonna clean up these pads because that was where, since I no longer need my hot tweezers, turn that off. So this is where there was an aftermarket mod on here. I might be better off warming up my... let's try just cleaning these off, because Okay, that should be better. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Well enough. There we go. Alright, so... Yeah, the yoga. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm fairly sure it's a region mod based on the videos I've seen of Voltar fixing other people's janky video or art mods. Is this flush? Yeah, that's flush. Okay. All right. So okay. All right, I actually want the higher heat output of my other iron just to make sure that we're getting... Okay, I can feel the pin below, so I'm definitely making contact. Okay, that guy is done. Heck, to get this done, I will definitely be working on the Famicom. Alright, so that's done. Man, I gotta love how easy it is to do the CoreGrafx. There's barely anything to it. Okay, next we need to solder the S-Video. When soldering the blah blah blah, try to use the exact same as possible and maintain... Do you care about S-Video? I ordered a is that the 100 or the 10 UF okay, cool. Is that the 10 UF ceramic or whatever? I ordered something for that. When I saw it on the page. All right, I actually got some new wire for doing this. So we've got 28 gauge. I don't want a terribly thick wire for this. But yeah, that's fine. I'll do the S-Video. Ooh, yes. Okay. All right, cool. It even comes with some zip ties. Fancy. Actually, I could have used those yesterday. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, like I said, I think I ordered it. It was like a 10 microfarad ceramic or something like that for jail bars. Pretty sure I ordered that. Dude, okay. But you never said to remove R141. Is that like old directions or something, guys? Yeah, you never said to remove R141. Okay, not sure what they meant by that, but okay. I will just ignore removing R141. Okay, so do I have the same colors they have? Yeah, cool. Okay, great. I will match the colors to the guide for the sake of... Man, how did this get so... Sure. I have no idea how this wire is so... Yeah, I invested in some wire. Actually, these are really cheap. These are $7.99. I couldn't say no. I ended up getting two, like a 28 and 26 gauge in case I ever need. I already had, I think, 26. But, let's see. Let's see. A larger... Okay, yeah, I have two 20s, or 2200s. And, yeah, I think I have 100. I think I ordered 100. I ordered that when I ordered my parts. It's in my... They should be behind me. Yeah, I ordered. I already had the 2200s. I wasn't worried about that. Because I obviously have all that stuff. So yeah, yep. The family caps would be trivial. Honestly, like I've done a few of them and they're trivial. All right, so does it tell me how long the wires should be? It says just keep them relatively the same. Okay. Now, am I soldering to the... Okay, so let's orient this the same way. Okay, so I have to solder to the bottom pads. Okay. So, they used green for the burst. So, let's use green for the burst. And I guess I might as well use the holes provided in the box. Why not? And okay, so blue already was off, so just get blue through the hole, and now we're doing green. Is it? Oh, I stuck it through the wrong hole. Okay, they are color. Okay, not that I think it matters, but come on. Come on, blue. I guess I will orient them like that. Come on. The blue wire just likes to come off its roll. Okay, stop coming off the roll. There we go. No wonder I couldn't get the green. It was like a tiny little stub. All right. There we go. Good enough for the moment. I will need to fish the other colors through, but I will worry about that in a minute. Okay. Green. So, green goes to the bottom. Okay, I want that relatively flat. Okay. Now they say they want the wire length to be the same, right? Okay, when soldering. Okay, as close as possible. Sure, I can do that. Now, do you want to leave? Do you want me to put the shielding back on? Hey, Dave. It's for RF. I don't actually know, to be honest, on this one. Usually no. Let me see if they say. I'm pretty sure it's just for RF shielding, but we could put it back on to keep it original. No big. I'm all for keeping stuff, original. Now the question is, how do I run this? All right, I'm probably best to run it like that. All right, gonna definitely need the capped on tape to hold all these wires down. Okay, there we go. Next one was blue, right? They used ribbon cable. I mean, I guess I could. If I knew where my ribbon cable was, I guess I could have used ribbon cable. Oh well. Okay. I guess what I'll do is I will connect all the wires, and then I'll worry about their length. Oi. Yeah, I was afraid of that. There we go. And we'll stick to using you. Okay, of course you're wrapped behind. Okay. Oh, stay flat. There we go. That's a hell of a lot more solder than I actually want. I don't need that much solder. That's like way too much. There we go. Okay. There we go. Much better. Too much solder can result in bridging, and I don't have to fight that if I don't have to. Okay. All right. Oh, I I actually need to solder the one next to it. Okay. Come on, wire. Stay flat. There we go. Okay. There's the blue. Now I need red. I'm not going to worry about poking it through because that was too much work last time. I will just shove it back in the box more than likely. That's probably way more wire than length than I need. Trimmy, trimmy. Take a look at the chat in a second. Unfish my... Okay, anything... Nope, nothing to worry about. Okay, now we're doing yellow. That's probably luminance, assuming that the... Yep, Y. Yep. That would be luminance. Okay. Because they want me to be somewhat deliberate with my wire length, I'm figuring I'll just run them all, or kind of solder them all in place, and then I can cut them. There we go. Perfect. And of course, no. Don't fall. Got it. Whew, that almost fell. That would have been fun. Would have had to roll. Alright. So, we now have... How's your view? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm trying. I got a few hours today. I was like, you know what? I got to get this done. Alright. So, we now have all our wires. I can now figure out kind of where everybody needs to go. Okay, so most of these I can just run straight through this little gap. Yeah, I can run straight through that gap, so let me tape that down so I don't have to fight that. I will put that there. Where did I put my cap down tape? Oh, there. Yeah, so we'll, too bad I didn't just have a bunch of hot glue, Ooh, my microphone's peaking. Let me lower that a bit. There we go. No? That better? Okay, there we go. Sorry. It was peaking. And if I sneak it through these resistors, and then sneak it the best I can through these transistors, there we go. At least now those are held down. So there's a nice little gap right there I can go through. Yeah, I'm sure ribbon cable would have been a little more elegant. To be honest, I have some colored ribbon cable somewhere. I just don't know where. And honestly, I wouldn't say you've gotten me busy. Trust me when I say I have a lot of things that I was working on. prior to this. Alright, there we go. I could come back and cut some of that off. Alright, so let's tin our pads. There we go. Let me zoom you guys in a little bit, get you a little bit of tighter. Not to move. There we go. You see my beautiful solder joints. Hey, bro. As long as you understand that I only do this a few hours a day, and you're good with that. That it might take a little longer than some of the other people. Just know that I will never tell you I can do something I can't, or at least lie to you about how long it'll take me. Some things are faster for me than others. That much I can say. Nah, you're good. That's why I live stream it for you, so you can at least get to enjoy the time it takes. These tweezers are so shot. There we go. Come on. Jeez, those are beyond done. Where's my other ones? Probably easier just to hold it by hand at this point. There we go. Perfect. You know, if you were like, hey, I needed one thing sooner than the other, you know, I would obviously have made that happen. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I try to be. I gotta, you know, I don't have, I wouldn't say like I have hundreds of things I'm doing, but you know, I have enough where I have to juggle things. I can't work on only one, or I'd only ever be working on one thing at a time. Where it's like if I work on, you know, things kind of as they come and whatnot. There we go. Well, no, it's yes. I'm not going to deny that, but it's more to do with. So, like for example, I might get in this stuff, right? This is going to take me 5 hours, where I might get in a recap that's going to take me 30 minutes. I got to work on that because I got to get that in. That's quick money. Whereas like this is going to take me 5-6 times that. I got to, you know, allocate time appropriately. I mean, mechanics do the same thing, right? Like when you bring your car in, you're not the only car they're working on, you know, and it's a similar thing. You know, it allows me to, if something ends up taking, because think about it, right? If I worked on one thing and that one thing ended up having some form of difficulty, which trust me, it happens. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not. One, I don't want to tell you that I was gonna be able to do it quickly because, you know, like I said. There we go. The more transparent I am, the more that when you tell people, yeah, it took X, but he told me it would take X. You know, there's nobody will be like, oh, I can't believe it took so long, or like, I'm one guy. I try doing this stuff like for a living, and I don't know how people do it. To be brutally honest, I do not know how somebody can. I mean, I guess if you have enough jobs coming in, you know, sure. But I don't personally. Yeah, and that's why I'm now. That's why I'm down here, honestly, because I'm like, you know what? You like watching me. You watching me encourages me to work on it. Believe it or not, like I like the attention, so to speak, and also you know it allows me to exhibit the work. And there we go. You gotta see these solder joints. Look at these. Let me get in on those. You got it. I gotta get my Voltar on and show you this sweet, sweet wet action. Yeah, look how nice those are. Yeah, that's nice. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and tape. I got this ran as close to equal length. I mean, we're talking, you know, such small numbers of difference. It's not gonna matter. They said relatively. Yeah, it takes a sec. It's a manual focus. Yeah, I did the caps already. I told you that. I showed that when I first started. I did those a couple days ago. Remember, I didn't live stream that because it was like, it's kind of boring. I don't really want to. It's also through hole, so yeah. Okay, there we go. Those wires are pretty solid. They're not going anywhere. Well, this one maybe. I'll move the tape like that. It's not the greatest capped on tape, but it at least keeps those wires. I can always come back if I really wanted to with some hot glue. Oh, wait, I gotta make sure I leave room for the. I have to fix this because this is where the. I need to run this a little bit differently because the. You'll get to see me do the. Okay, actually, I see what I was going for originally. All right. Okay. Honestly, I don't know why I'm all that worried about the green one. It'll be covered up anyway. All right, let's move on. So that wire, those wires are all ran. Colors match. Not that it matters. Okay, now we get to do the fun part. We need to attach the DIN connector. Okay, CoreGrafx. Remove eight. You know, after of course after I invested the time to put this cap in. Okay. Anyway. Okay. All right. I'm gonna need to unfold. Alright, I'm going to put my wire away now. I really don't care if it's neat in here. I am actually very happy I bought this wire, honestly. Because it ended up being like... I was going to buy it. It was like $6.99 originally. I'm like, or $9.99. I'm like, I waited like a week and I was ordering something else. I saw $7.99. I'm like, ooh, for that I'm ordering it. Like, okay. Alright, so we remove that cap. Interestingly, it actually doesn't in the guide say remove the. It says remove the cap, and then like immediately it doesn't actually say to remove the. It's funny. All right. So Oh, let me zoom out of here. Okay. Now, I'm not sure which one of these I need. There's like 3 of them. Is it labeled? No, they are not labeled. All right, I need which one? I need that one. Although need, I guess, is relatively a strong word, but okay. So that I can know where to scrapety scrape, put that in. Okay, I will need that in a second. I might, but can I find my good tweezers? My tweezers that have, you know, sharp points. Actually, this will work just as good. Okay, that's plenty good for what we need. All right. That actually worked really well. Perfect. The blobs more or less center it, so I don't have to... Haha, beautiful. And I get enough... Look at that. Look at that, boy. Yeah, boy. Look at that. Now we're going to go even further. I'm going for that full perfect install. Yeah, boy. That looks good. I love this solder, too. It does such a good job of... Okay. That's more than ample, to be honest. All right. Now I'm going to need that eventually. So I now need the jack. Believe it or not, we're almost done. Okay, due to the PCB coming into contact, place without soldering. Okay, sure. That makes sense. Probably going to want me to orient this somewhat, I'm a guess. Alright. Come on. There we go. Alright. So. Oh no, they just soldered that right to... Man, the directions skip a few steps. Ow. Metal be hot. How far... So they have it... Need some flux, definitely. Oh, wow, yeah, the metal's not even... There we go. Should have thought of that. Okay, so that's at least placed. So I just want to see, yeah, no, I don't think we need to worry too much about anything else. I could go ahead and I might actually need to turn my iron up. Okay, that should be pretty well bonded. Hey, that could happen. I'm not even gonna lie. It could happen. And it has happened many times. There we go. Oh, you can't see it. Wait, where's the... Oh, it's way out of focus, way out of range. So you can see really well bonded. Very hot, but... Ow. Very hot. Yeah, that ain't going anywhere. Oh yeah, that's solid. Okay, cool. Alright, so next it says put this on without soldering, which I don't necessarily know yet the point of. Put everything together. It did. Oh, interesting. Okay. It'll tilt the din. Okay, interesting. Not what I expected, but makes sense. What the goal is there. Okay, get this wire out of the way. It's already been pinched. Yeah, of course, because whoever originally did this had no clue what they were doing. Okay, squeeze. Okay. All okay. Ah, yes, I see. I see. Interesting. Okay. So you can see where they were going, why they had us do that. And, alright, so before I solder that, anything else? Finally solder, okay. Give it a little extra tilt, just to be sure. They changed the design of this board. These directions don't even match the current oh, come on. Really? You've got to be kidding me. So, yeah, they changed the damn oh, this is going to be fun. And by fun, I mean not at all. Well, better warm the desoldering gun up. So what happened is it used to be that the flex connector was on the top. Well, it is. Also the components are now on the bottom. I think they changed it. So they didn't. Yeah, the photos don't match current. Actually, no. Some of the photos match the current board, and some don't. Oh, that's annoying. That's really annoying. So I'm gonna have to remove this stupid thing. Alright, that's gonna be fun. And by fun, I mean not at all. Alright. That's alright. There's not much mass, so it'll be easy. Yeah, so you see how there's no flex connector? It's on the bottom. See the outline? That should be on the bottom. Ugh. How annoying. Yeah, well, relative, yeah, they actually, yeah, because the Japanese ones, they updated their guide to match the current. So later photos of this board for the TurboGrafx one match, but not the ones for this one. And I didn't notice it until after. And yeah, so it's all right. Again, there's no mass here, so these holes should clear pretty easily. And it's fresh solder, leaded solder. Should have been a little more diligent, but at least it's not a huge, it's not like it's a big deal. Oh, forgot to put that back in the box. Oh. Just right there for now. Just gotta wait for the gun to warm up. It's really weird because there's this wire here, this green one, that is attached to this chip. I gotta. No, that's okay. No. All right. Maybe that's probably what it is. Okay, I think that should hopefully come off. Almost. Some of the pins are still. Okay, no harm, no foul. We just repeat that process. Holes are already cleared. Fun part is honestly going to be just getting this back on. There we go. All good. Now I just reassemble and let it. Okay. And I'm going to do that twice as a. Okay. Actually, interestingly, maybe there's more clearance or something, because it seems like this actually can mount more solid to the Yeah, so there's actually like a little switch on the side of this thing. Alright, that's done. I think the last step is literally, it's right here. Right there. The little toggle switch. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to reinstall. I had to reinstall the 5-volt regulator. Okay. I find it amusing that they soldered. I'm gonna redo the LED because they soldered to the bottom of the regulator anyway. When I solder it to the top, and then you don't have the wires getting pinched. Like, come on, that was like. Anyway, so I need to. Looks like they've already modified this RF shield. Really? For what? Okay, so I need to cut out the back. Oh, it's sonic welded in there. Of course it is. I don't even know how I'm going to cut that. I mean, does it... I mean, does it really interfere with it? Yeah, it does. Quite badly, in fact. Okay. Uh, okay. I guess I could use my pliers to try and bend it. Actually, hold on. Did they just only cut off? Okay, they only cut off the... So I start with... So if I'm orienting... Yeah, okay. I'm definitely cutting the right thing. Okay, now I need to bend this in... Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut the... I'm gonna have to break these welds. Okay. Smells awful now. There we go. And then the other one just broke. Good. Okay. I don't think I could cut it with these. I'll probably break these, I imagine. Yeah. Alright. It is coming off just very, very slowly. I did not think that one through. How am I going to get that off? Oh boy. Oops. Did not think that one through. There we go. I might have... Can't... There we go. Got it. Man, if only I had a... Oh. Oh. Oop. I did not notice these little grounding springs. Well, one got away. It'll be alright. Okay, there we go. I am a test engineer for a well, I don't want to give too much detail, but I write automation testing, and I also do other. So my primary focus is I used to be a QA engineer. Actually, thinking about it, how are you? I could use a better job. So, because we've cut out that metal shield, these don't do anything now, right? I should take these out, I assume, because I don't think they're going to do anything anymore, because that metal shield was what they were attaching to. Oh, cool. I'm not wrong, right? These are attached to what I just removed. Yeah, those can't connect to anything anymore. So I'm gonna go like that. Okay. Yeah, so my focus is in things like Playwright, Cypress. To give you just a quick idea, I've worked on I'm working on I've worked on back end stuff, front end stuff. I have experience in most major web development languages, TypeScript, you know. Yeah, so dude, you have got to try it. Yep. PyTest or I like PyTest for you got to try Cypress. It can I know Playwright can do this too, but we just did like a front end automation, and you can use Cypress to verify like web transactions actually happened, and it'll wait for them to complete. So you can use it for things like waiting for a spinner to finish. So instead of being like, oh, wait for this element, you can, yeah, dude, I've started to really like it for, the kind of work. I had never used it. I had only ever used Playwright and Selenium. But I started using it because our front end is Vue, So, but not that it really not that it really matters, because the the framework there doesn't really have much to do with any of that. But yeah, it was the first time using it, and I'm like, oh wow, this is actually. Let's see. I might have my orientation wrong. What's the orientation of this? There we go. Okay, so I'm not... Okay, yeah, I can... I have experience in, where most... Okay, I've never worked with Scala, but I know what Kafka is. Yeah, so like ActiveMQ. Yeah, so that's my current role right now is SDET. I work with AWS, so I do a lot of back end stuff. I mean, I'm not by any means an expert at AWS, but is anybody? AWS is, but yeah, no, that's actually my current role as an SDET. I'm not going to attack all these back in, but just enough that it, does its job. So, I have experience in, I have experience as far as like languages go, PHP, I've worked with, I've worked with most of your, bigger. Okay, yeah. Getting that back in. It's funny because I'm old enough to get why people laugh at PHP, but I'm also old enough to like remember a lot of the changes that it went through. Actually, hold on. Okay, good. The metal's on the outside. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, it's funny because I'm only 36, so for a lot of this stuff, oh, that's why it sticks up because right the other board. I'm not. Oh, I forgot to. I never connected the ribbon. I did a lot of development. Okay, how do they want us to run this? All right, I got to also attach that 5-volt line. Let me do that right now. Oh, right, I wanted to fix this. because I don't like how this is done. So it goes. So I want to. So one of the things, like, as far as like me, so you know, and I don't. This is hard to explain without quote unquote bragging. But we did when I did my interview with when I did my interview for the company I'm with. They're out of Mexico. Well, they're out of Utah, but most of their development team is in Mexico. And when I was interviewed, sorry, I'm just when I was interviewed, they gave a like a tech, like a proficiency thing, and they had it was a it was a calculator. No. So it's worse than that. Worse. So it was a calculator they wrote. And it was written, and we use what do you call it? My brain is failing me. What is it? We use Clojure where I work. Like we're moving. We use Clojure for a lot of stuff, for data driven stuff. And the calculator was written in Clojure. So the goal was to find the bugs they had intentionally put into the calculator. The problem was the calculator only when you ran it, it only allowed you to do one round of input. So, you can't really run a fuzzer against a process like that because it's JVM and it's going to take forever to run. So the only way I could figure to actually try and... So I don't know if you're actually supposed to find the bugs because the criteria to actually run to get the bugs to happen were so... Bro, I spent 5 hours disassembling, reverse engineering, and rewriting the logic so that I could understand, because the way Clojure works is it basically implements its own runtime under Java, kind of like, Scala probably, or like Spring or something like that. So I was able to find all the bugs, and it actually got me the job. And to this day, it's got to be the most crazy interview test I ever taken. Like, I don't think I will. I mean, it's like leak code on crack. And, like, I felt like I was, yeah, that's not how that works. Like, you can't, like, I hate like, you can't, this is why, like, I don't believe developers should be, writing tests. Because you only know the, yeah, that That I don't know how to feel about that. That's like, did there we go. I reran those wires for the LEDs, so now they don't go. Okay, so where is? How do they expect me? So when I worked at I'll disclose this company only because I'm no longer with them and I have no vested interest. So I worked for a company called Datto, and I actually introduced new policies into our team whenever. So we would do we were Scrum, yay, but we would do meetings. I scheduled meetings where we would meet up. We would I would be like, okay, what is the goal of this, and what are the pitfalls of introducing this? So, like, all right, we're adding this new authentication feature. What are the things we need to test and validate, do or don't happen? And that would be part of the criteria of the ticket. So that allowed us to point the ticket with that in mind. So, like, if it was an easy task, like a 1 or a 2, but it would be a 3 or a 5 because of testing. It allowed us to properly account for that. And okay, did they show me how to run this? It's funny because for the CoreGrafx, they actually don't show them attaching this ribbon cable. It's just kind of like you're on your own. That's an interesting way to handle it. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, you have a that dude. Our company does not do testing that way, and it's okay. It's fine, but like there is no QA at all. I don't entirely agree with that. But I don't make the rules, and it's whatever. Okay, which side? It's way over there. How do they want me to get this to that? I mean, I guess I will run it down here. I don't want it to get pinched, so... Okay. Yeah, I guess that'll work. And then... slide it under the shielding, I guess. No, that's cool. Like, that's honestly, like... Yeah, that... So... I guess like this? And then give it a 90. Yeah, I guess that'll work. It's not going to be under any real stresses down here. Alright, that should be good. That's really, yeah, no, that's having a dedicated security means you don't have to worry about QA always being in the know of certain things. Like, I try to be in the know about things, but you can't know everything that's going on in the, the security space, and to expect, that level of, dude, that's dope, man. Like, yeah, I mean, I hope people are fairly compensated, I guess. Hopefully the Bennett, I guess the other question is, you know, I guess the concern of, with AI and, I use AI to better my work. I'm one of those, I write it all first and then I let AI like tell me like, hey, you could do this better, and then I evaluate whether I should do it that way, because I don't always agree with how AI interprets the world. But well, I can tell you what I make right now. How's that? And you can tell me if it's better or worse. So I make currently 95. That's with benefits. So I have health care and all that. And that's cool. Like, AI as a tool, it is a tool, right? Like, and that's absolutely fine. To deny it's a tool would be, trying to, I don't know. It's definitely a tool. I use it all the time because to me it does do things fairly nicely, and like, what are you stuck on? I can't get the case fully back together. Okay, I see. It's that stupid I didn't unbend some of the. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. I was desperate, to put it simply. And it's not that I don't like my job. I don't want any. I don't think I'd ever any concerns with anybody hearing me. But you know, I. But yeah, that's bro. Like, I'm happy to you know show you what I know, so to speak, and so you can. Happy to provide tests I've written and. Okay. Damn, this shield is so annoying. How much I have? Not. I got maybe a little bit of clearance. I can. Damn it! There's like a little hump. I need to. Trying to like bend the shield up a bit. I might have to get some like flush cutters. I mean, again, whether we even need this, I don't know. But the guide does include how to cut it, so. But it also says for the TurboGrafx to just remove it. So, I guess take that as you will. There we go. Yes. It's going to press on it, I think, a tiny bit just by design. Yeah, that. Yeah. Because the problem with the shielding is it's putting a lot. Like, unless I clean it up fully, it's. What I'll do is I can put, at the least, the plastic back on it. Okay. Believe it or not, man, even. I mean, the board is definitely fully installed, right? So I can see that. Okay. How? There's no way this doesn't require case cutting. Okay, you got it. So check this out. Like, you can see that's fully, the top part is definitely fully seated. But look at the bottom part. Like, so what's happening is those little posts are pushing up on the board. Oh, it does say to cut those. Trim the two ribs of the bottom shell where the expansion port is where the expansion port opening is. So which ones are those? Okay, I see. I am supposed to trim some of those. Okay, I need to trim these outer ones. Okay. That was why the shield probably wasn't also fitting. Sure. There we go. You'd think they could have designed the board to not need this, but I guess, you're designing a board for how many different systems? You gotta kind of make compromises. Like I said, I don't currently have my SCART cable. It's at my cousin's. Oh, I guess I'm cutting those other ones off. Maybe it meant the two on each side. There we go. Now there's nothing in between. There we go. That's better. Alright. I can at least power it on, make sure it doesn't explode. The question is, do I know where the bit to close this went? That's actually the real question, since who knows where I put it. There it is. Of course, they got these stupid security screws. But yeah, bro, I'm definitely, So yeah, like I said, so it wasn't, just to be clear, it wasn't 90, it was 95 with benefits. So 100, smart, I mean... Where's the, where are you guys located out of anyway? Without, oh, that might give too much, maybe not, you don't have to, well, now you got my attention. We will be talking. Oh, okay, you're in Texas. Cool. Heck, you got moving? You could convince me. Yeah. But, no, yeah, I'm, I have loyalty, don't get me wrong, but I also have, like, I need to think, for myself, and... Yeah, unfortunately, don't think I have... Actually, I do have a cable for this. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what Austin before, but yeah, whatever. Yeah. Right. You're gonna make me go get my one of my TurboGrafx games. Yeah, no, yeah. Let's for sure. I'm happy to expel all my knowledge and what I know, and what I don't know, and what I'm learning, and what I. Okay. At the least, this is mostly together. The install is complete. There we go. I believe I have a cable for this, actually. Give me 1 second. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I see what you mean. Right, like, they put themselves before the kind of the idea of the... Yeah, gotcha. I actually ended up stealing somebody's cable by mistake, and I'm pretty sure it's the right one for this. Yeah, I have the PSU. I need to grab my I need a SCART cable. All right. Yeah. Now, do I know where said SCART cable is? That's a different question. So I have immediately. What cable are you? You are the right one. I found it. Actually, this is mine. Huh, neat. Yeah. Rocking the insurrection cables. Not a sponsor. But yeah, this should work. Yep, definitely the right cables. Why won't you go in? One of the pins is slightly off. One of these pins, like... No, it's not upside down. It's just, I think one of the pins is just out of place. In my connector, in my cable. Because it's definitely the right cable, because I checked, like, I looked in the connector, and it's definitely the right cable. I think just some of the pins are... Oh, there's something in the hole. Weird. There's something in the hole. Does that mean I'm not supposed to use that pin? Or is that, just... Or is that unintentional? Is there a photo of the port itself? No, that port doesn't look, that hole doesn't look like it's got anything in it. At least from the photo I have. There we go. You know what? This is not the right cable. The hell? What is this to? I realize this isn't the right cable, and I don't know what this goes to. This might be like MSX or something. I realize there's 2 pins on the top, not 3. So that's not going to work. Okay, I got to move this damn box behind me. It's going to piss me off. Oh, really? Come on. What are you? Oh, you're for that power supply. Okay. And you? Oh, you're my damn it. Okay. You're my my power supply load. I should have had you send me the SCART cable for this. I don't know if I have one immediately. I'm pretty sure that's... Really? Yeah, I'm trying to think. What SCART cables do I have here? I'll be right back. I might have it upstairs. Let me check in here. And of course, he texts me as soon as I walk away. That probably is it. Oh well. I have a cable at my cousin. Matt's will have to grab it. I definitely have the right one there. Alright, no, I don't immediately have a cable. Oh well. Did you just sign into Amazon? Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I got an alert. All right, that's all. Okay. So, all right. I have a SCART cable for it. I just don't have it here. So it's okay. We can move on. I mean, I can plug it in. I'm sure to be, be uneventful. So, really don't want to work on the 32X. That's gonna be boring. It's through hole. Let me turn on my desoldering gun. I mean, nah, I'll wait till I have the cable. I have no reason to smoke test it. Never, I mean, it's 3 wires. It's not even like it's that involved. I'm not worried. I have no question that it works. It's such a simple install. Unlike the Famicom, that one's actually got a little bit of work involved. Straight front. Ooh, actually looks really good. Oh, okay, that's a cool little adapter. I mean, I'm really not all that surprised. The yeah, sure. Hold on. Where was that? Whoa. What was all that about? All right. Okay. How far up was that? And now that I'm scrolling, let's see. You want to just repeat it? Just repeat it. Probably easier. Because, yeah, probably a lot of, I will hold off until I read it. Are they in the box? Where are they in the box? Okay, so what do you want to know? All right, so what's the question? So I'm not miss. Oh, you want to? All right, yeah, we can talk about that so that I can get full context. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I'm surprised that like adapter things don't already exist. But yeah, I'm happy. You know, I'm happy to do whatever for you, brother. run this off the PSU. Mount. Run what off the PSU? Oh, gotcha. Oh, so you want to basically run the cables attached to this so that they're always on this, but like it just as charging cables. Okay, gotcha. But you don't need you don't need that. This thing's already got 5 volts. Those, I can't imagine those draw very much power. Remember, this thing's already doing 5 volts. We don't even need a buck converter. You already have it. You have 5 volts right off of the internal power supply. Unless I'm missing something. Okay, I gotcha. I'm getting what you're putting down. That I get it. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, we don't need. Okay. I get what we need to do. I just need to think of. I think there's a better solution than spending. We could probably only. We don't need the extra. I haven't looked at what that Amazon link is yet, to be clear. So I'm just kind of like speaking out of context a little bit, but we could do it. How's that? There's no definitely. Now the question is, do you want it on this or do you want it on this? Well, like maybe like mounted to the top or something. Because this is going to have 5 volts too. Because there's shift registers inside the... Okay. Man, you know I hate doing case mods. Now you're going to, I'm going to have to, Alright, I gotcha. I gotcha. You'll have to... Why don't you find I need to run the charging cables through the controller ports. So... Oh, wait, which version of the Famicom was the control... Wasn't the controller internally mounted, or was that like the AV model that had it like that? I thought the controller was attached. Oh, it is. So you want them to... Okay, let me make sure I have context here. You want to run the charging cables through here. Yes. So there'll be one on each side. And then... Okay, got it. So the real question is, do you... We could just cut the cables, although I don't like that as an option, honestly. So I could just get 2 USB ports. I might be able to steal them off like an old board or something. I have, garbage PCBs laying around that have USB. We don't need anything special because we're not doing data. So, yeah, they're just going to be, yeah, so we can do that. I can certainly do that. There's enough opening in here, especially once I remove this board here. Okay. So I better go find the guide. Yeah. They don't go anywhere. Okay. Goodbye to you. Goodbye to you. Yeah, that could work. A little bit probably overkill, honestly. Because again, we already have 5 volts coming off the main board, so like. Alright, I need to remove the eject mech. Yes, right. Well, that was trivial. I thought there was going to be more involved in that. Not gonna lie, really thought there was more involved in that. Alright, the power switch is going to be 2 different wires. So, can take that off. Alright, the main shell is done. Yeah, that'll be that's my idea. Now I need to know which one's the PPU. There it is. Alright. Is that a cap? Yeah, okay, good. Alright, time to destroy your, desolder your chip. Make sure I know which one it is. Let's see. Okay, of course there's a leg bent over, so I'll have to deal with that. Oh, all these legs are kind of bent. Alright. Let's straighten some of these. This is gonna suck because they're bent. Yeah, the system's fairly clean. I want to add some fresh solder. Problem with these legs being bent is I actually need to be able to use these legs so it really annoys me that they're bent like they are. Ow. Flux hurts. Ow. Yeah, that's cool. I have a Famicom disk system actually. Dang it. Really? Okay, at least I know where it is. Annoying, but I know where it is. Okay. PCB is not exactly robust. All right. Okay. Now the fun part is these leads are kind of really bent. Yeah, that came out nice and clean. Beautiful. Actually, the legs straightened out quite nicely coming out of the hole. So there we go. That's actually the hardest part of this entire job. That's the part that everyone can mess up on. Having the right tools makes it all the more easy. Alright. Straighten out these pins and... Yeah, the desoldering is the hardest part without the right tools. I mean, yeah, you could do it with, you know, braid apparent, but I've seen people just completely nuke the board trying to use braid. Like, I don't know why people do that. Alright. I am missing any of the other kits. Well, since I'm keeping that, I guess I'll just throw that elsewhere. Okay. Alright, just making sure you guys are still in frame. All right. So now, I mean, honestly, like I said, this is actually fairly trivial work. I miss a step on the... No? I don't know why you have me do it that way. Like, there really is no benefit to soldering that on first. Oh, wait, yeah, there is, because it's under it. Duh, that's right. Forgot about that. I have to do those pins first because it'll be under the socket. Yep, that makes sense. Forgot about that. Right, and it goes, yeah. Sorry for being quiet. I'm just trying to get these headers done. Come on, brush. Yeah, I've done a lot. I've done a few of these in my time. They're not hard. The hardest part is really just removing the PPU. The second hardest, believe it or not, is probably connecting the what you call it, the key, the to use a controller, like the in-game reset and stuff. Only because I don't ever remember what the pinout is. I can never remember what the pinout is, so I always have to look it up, and then otherwise this is easy. I gotta fix a few joints there. I haven't done all that yet. That's last. I still have a lot of, like you said, I still have to run the wires and everything. Cool. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. I gotta bond the. There's no coming back from what I'm doing right now. Not easily, at least. Alright, what did you want done? Ow, flux really hurts, so... J5... J3... J1... Okay. Those are done. I'll double check against what the thing says, just in case you missed one, but... I'm gonna have to go back and watch my own video, because I don't remember which way the stupid PPU went. Guess good thing I'm streaming it. Come on. come on. Where is it? I hadn't even opened it yet by that point. Come on. I just need to know where pin 1 is. No, I need to know what the orientation was. So there's no, I think this is pin 1 here, but I'm not positive. Here we go. I just saw. So if I'm looking at the orientation, pin 1 went. Okay, yeah, that is pin 1. Okay. Pin 1 went towards the word Nintendo. So, okay. Yeah, normally there's a marking on the actual chip, like a little cutout, but for some reason this does not have that. Yeah, so that's the thing. This has like a heat sink on it. And so the little cutout that tells you where pin 1 is, that little, what is it called, a scallop or whatever, it didn't exist on this. Which is weird. I don't think I've ever seen that. But it's alright. I found it. I was right. Pin 1 is where the cutout on the heatsink is. I just went back in my video and what's interesting is even that's why I need to look at what the jumpers are, because I want to make. I don't know if there's different versions that use different voltage levels. I have no idea what that is. Nothing important. If it was something I cared, somebody, it's just my cousin. So that's gonna be about some magazine. I don't know what it is though. But yeah, I'm aware. There we go. Took a bit of finessing, but So you'd be interested in this. Apparently, some guy is selling like new Mega Drive games that are just like outright stolen assets and stuff, and people are apparently spending stupid money on it because it's a physical cartridge. Not familiar with it myself, but he was telling me if I see it to be aware of it. Come on. Alright, I'm gonna push. Okay, I want to keep this side. Okay. Do I have it? No. Yes. No. Come on. Because these pins are so whacked out. I take back it. The hardest thing. The hardest thing apparently is getting this chip in because they use a damn rolled pin socket. So if your pins aren't perfectly aligned, good luck. I could get one side in cleanly, but the other side just keeps fighting me. You know, I half expect to put it in backwards because, you know, I'm so busy fighting. Come on. What ends up happening is I get the other side in. Wait, wait. There we go. Finally. I want to push this down pretty evenly. I don't want to. There we go. Okay. Got them all down. Okay, there we go. So, that was actually the hardest part of the whole build. Believe it or not, like, it's probably going to be the hardest part. Alright, now I need to actually solder the socket in. I could have done that at any point. I just chose to wait till the end. Just to... Okay. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and solder in. All right, officially speaking, all of the necessary work is basically done. I need to now wire in the audio. So one thing I was trying to think of, does your little do you know if how this works? Like, are the I guess I could meter it out real fast. Probably get pretty. Do you know? The question is whether it ties to the data lines. It doesn't. It doesn't seem like it. It really doesn't seem like it does, because well, I just ohmed it out and I couldn't find the two of the three pins. I found latch, but I can't find data or clock. Oh wait, there it is. So it seems like data is not. Yeah, data doesn't seem to be present. Weird. I have clock and latch, but not data. Unless there's maybe a resistor or something. Let's see. Controller D0. There's controller 1 output enable. What is that little adapter called? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Well, I'm looking at a similar. A Famicom. Am I spelling it wrong? I'm not spelling it wrong. I just can't find any. Oh, maybe there's some weird thing with the pins. Yeah, I got it. There might be just some weird pin difference. Like, because got data, I got that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll wire it up per the guide from. It's really all I guess I can do. I'm sure it'll be fine. All right. Trying to figure out how to wire. Now I gotta figure. I think I gotta figure out where I put the. Okay. I need to find where I accidentally left the. It's either in the box or I left it out. Which one of the two? The stupid power thing. Hopefully it's in the box. Yes, thank goodness. Okay. Now I gotta find the... Gotta figure out where this goes. Well, I guess I don't need this. You're in my way now. Alright. Yeah, no, I got it. Let's see. Okay. What's this thing called again? FCRG. Right, I still gotta solder those. I gotta go back to her. Uh, they could not provide a worse possible photo of how that gets installed. One is ground. Wait. Oh, right. Okay. Never mind. My brain was, okay, I got what I need. So... Alright, I'm going to warm up the gun so I can clean out the holes on this so I can solder this in cleanly. And then we can start figuring out the wiring. I guess at this point I am probably committed to the SNES jack, so I guess we'll go ahead and do that. Okay. Well, we're kind of now diverting from okay, interesting. It used to be we would solder the audio to this. Wants me to solder the audio directly to this. This is going to be a mix of trying to understand what I'm going to be mixed. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't. I only need to follow. I could get away with following the guide from what's his from Tim. I just have because this board also has like a similar. Okay, so literally we end at assemble. So this is where the guide ends, where we currently are. Like, they just stop. So that's where the guide ends as far as soldering to this board. It literally just says put aside. Okay, now it says assemble and configure the new power board. Okay. And then it says solder some wires. But that's all for the... Okay, well this helps though. To motherboard, CPU, audio. They must process the audio directly on... It's probably not amplified, is what it is. Alright, I'm going to follow the guide as if I'm using Tim's board, but doing it to this board. That should get me fairly close. Since I think that should be fine. Alright, so alright, so if I'm looking at the bottom of the board, pin 1 is ground and pin 1 is I guess it doesn't matter. I could use either pin 1 or pin 6. I guess I'll use pin 1. I mean, a little more exposed than that, I guess. Could they use thicker? Could they have used any thicker gauge wire or thinner gauge wire? Oh wait, no. I'm gonna want. Never mind. I had it the wrong orientation. Okay, so I want pin 6. All right, I see now why they soldered it from the top. This wire's way too thick to try and do anything else. Okay. Woo! That got warm. Yeehaw. Okay, there we go. Ah, dang it. Was not bonded well enough. Yeah, that's my assumption too. Oh, that is so warm. So warm. Oh. Okay, that should be much better. Oh yeah, nice and strong. I bonded them together too, so. Okay. All right. But what? So something I don't entirely understand is on the clock and latch. Also connect to. Okay, that I can understand. Okay, so cartridge audio goes to recommended, use Luma for sync. So where does the rest of, for the older, solder the 7-wire ribbon cable? Yep, that's fine. Solder the wires to the palette selection pads. Solder to the video pads. If you have the okay. Well, we're not gonna. We need to worry about S video. If you have RGB, you should connect RGB. Sure. Connect 3 wires. Let's see. Need to be wired up. So does solder the? Yeah, I guess I'll watch one of those. You got a link to that video? might as well reference it at this point. Because it's really confusing whether or not I... Because the part that's confusing is we are connecting all of the palette switching stuff to... Okay. I get it now. I see now. I think, so... I think we are connecting... Actually, I'm going to look at the... Yeah. Let's see. Actually, I'll be right back. Gonna use the restroom. Be back in a minute. That's the part I don't get it. Why is the palette control on the... Because there's no palette stuff on that. There's no handle. Yes, I just... Alright, so I ended up reading more of the Japanese one. They are doing things a little bit differently than I would have thought. So they are actually... so let me show you what they're doing. So they are so on the bottom here, okay, so on the bottom we have our data lines for connecting the clock. I'm not sure which one that went in data. These connect actually over here. So my guess is they're using but here's the thing, we actually don't need this. This adapter was built before before they supported handling the inputs on the board. This doesn't do anything except control the palette switching. That's all this is for, palette switching. You can see the inputs go right into the palette and then they connect right there. That's it. That's all this does. We don't need that because you can already do that right here. D is data, clock, latch. You just tie that to underneath and you're done. This already will do all that. So I'm going to wire this up as I know I should wire it up. And we can ignore some of this because I now understand what was going on in when they wrote the guides and stuff. Now, because I don't need crazy gauge wire for data, latch, and clock, I'm going to use really thin wire. One, it'll keep, I can run it through the board a lot easier. Can I? Yeah, you know what I'm going to try and do? I'm also going to run our wiring on the top of the board, if I can, because that way I don't have to run wires under the board. So I'm probably going to still run the audio that way because there we go. I'm going to disconnect this thing because it's so heavy. Yeah, so the audio, my best assumption is that the audio is not amplified based on because CPU 1 and 2 are also go here, but there's no audio pins. So I'm betting if we were to like check I'm guessing they just don't amplify the audio. It's probably just directly passed through and mixed. Yeah. Well, what they're doing is they're taking the channels and they're just splitting it. Because on here, AB is your audio. Those are your inputs, and then O is your output. So there's not really a benefit. They're already, like you said, they condensed that down. So that's fine. Alright, so what color wires do I want? I'm going to use orange. Well, what's interesting is that the CPU handles the audio on these. Come on. There's not enough light down here. Come on. Get. Okay. So now I just need my orientation to know which pin is clock. So clock then is green. Okay. Yep. Because clock like this, and that's green. Okay, then. Okay, glad that happened now and not. Okay, green, red is latch. Alright, so I need to find. Okay, there we go. So there's clock, latch, and data. Guess I could shorten up the orange wire. There we go. Alright. Okay, we'll double check our work here. So this should be latch. Wait, nope, sorry, wrong orientation. So this should be clock. This should be latch. And the last one's data. Okay, there we go. And that's a much neater install. Alright, So that's done. So that actually is going to be the end of really the work needed for I guess it's a very early board. Alright, so we now have our okay, we now have our palette control, so that's done. I only got a little bit more time because my wife just got home and we're gonna be definitely leaving in a minute or two. So I'm gonna quickly do the CPU audio. They just came back from shopping, so they'll have to unload as well. We're not. Well, they might have food actually, but it was more groceries, or not groceries. Yeah, kind of, but not really. Come on, really. There we go. So I guess I can assume the length of this will be I'm not going to wire in the microphone. I'm guessing that's just so you can hear the microphone. I assume you don't need the microphone because you're using that. You're not even using the original controller, so. Damn, it's a stupid feature. Like, they can give you something you'll never use, and it's stupid. Wow, bro. You consider it a bug. Why? You don't want to... What was it, the Pole's voice that you could scream at? Well, hopefully, it'll be WeWork in quality. I will be talking to you about that. Okay. My blue wire is a hair longer than I need, but that's okay. Alright, now Apparently, I need to cut pin 45. So it says cut track to 45. So 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45 is labeled. So it looks like I'm not getting away with It's funny, the company I work for is a loan management company. So I'm not too far out of that world. I want to see whether or not the guide for this board tells me to cut pin 45. Bad news, buddy. I was right. So, I don't know whether that is going to apply. I don't know whether that's going to apply to that adapter you have, but I have a feeling it might. That's a little on the nose. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see. I have a feeling that is going to. Yeah, we may. I don't know what RGB to. What is that? Is a modification board designed. We'll see. That might just be a bad translation, so I'm not going to worry about it right now, but I want to figure out this pin 45 situation. Okay, the pseudo stereo circuit uses pins 1 and 2 and pin 45. It does say cut pin 45, like on the guide. So I guess I'm cutting pin 45 because unless that, I don't know where that ends up going. If I had a schematic, I guess I could figure that out. But I'm sure, yeah, it's probably in the box. We'll find out when I get it connected and see what's what. But let me figure out how I'm going to cut this pin. Okay, I think that's cut. Yep, there we go. I made a little extra gouge on the PCB than I wanted, but at least there's no trace there. Alright. Alright, so that's disconnected. We can now connect pin 45 and 46. Let's go ahead and use a different color wire. We'll use yellow. Boy. Thank you for the thank you for the context. I won't lie, I won't be reading all that. Well, at least not right now. That was a lot of context, but very helpful to know there was a reason for cutting that. You don't have to do that on the original NES, obviously, because, well, it didn't have the... Well, I guess it does have it. You can add the... Nope, I need this one. And this one. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Okay, good. Just double checking. Alright, solder these up. Annoyingly, the pins are actually swapped on the board. So 45 and 46 do not, like, they're lined up, they're swapped. That makes sense. Alright, so at this point, we have all of the major functionality connected as far as the board goes. I'm just going to dry fit this. Make sure I'm not... I know that the board isn't going to fit due to... Oh, I got... Oh, wow. I way overcompensated with those wire lengths. Okay. It turns out I didn't need them as long as I made them. Oh, well, I'm not cutting them. But knowing that now is actually kind of helpful. All right, well, that means I got plenty of room to run wires on the top, right? I need to now run all the wires. Yep, I got plenty of room to just run wires wherever I need to. So I'm going to need to cut. I already know I need to cut the case for the, because where the PPU goes. Okay, so yeah, well, I don't need to worry too much about at least the gauge of the wire. All right, I am going to insert this into the bottom because the bottom will give me my wire lengths I need. Well, look at that. I almost have the case. Actually, I probably could. I didn't have to do very much in the way of modification to the case. That fits in there almost like it was meant to be there. Yeah, I meant like just like as an immediate. I only need it where it is right now for figuring out like general placement of running of wires. Yeah, that's gonna. That I'm gonna. Oh, even then, I can at least now start running the wiring for colors. And guess what? We are gonna color coordinate. So let's start with red. And you want it all. Of course you want it all. They always want it all. Every customer wants it all. It's like... probably red and black because, you know, it's just 5 volts. No reason to, Look at how beautiful those solder... Let me focus on it. Look how beautiful these solder joints are. I mean, I guess I could use some janky, nonsensical color codes. I am limited by the wire I have, though. Alright, so we at least now have the 3 primary colors. Yes, it is. The 3 primary colors can now get connected. And those only need to be so long. There we go. Oh, dude. I would have, I don't know what I would have done with that if you had, if somebody, I've never, thankfully, had something like that. I'm not going to lie, we are going to test this. I think I'm going to go ahead and get the, and make sure, I don't have, I got to find a Famicom game. I know where I have one, but, I think I want to see this work. I want you to see it work. So that means so they recommended using... I mean, I don't doubt it's a thing, like, in any... Well, I'm going to worry about those later, because those come... Alright, so we have our primary colors. I'm actually... You know, thinking about... I need to give myself just a hair more room because I realize that... Well, the cartridge I don't think flush fits. Alright, so... You know this doesn't do composite, right? Or is that video? Never mind, that's video. Okay. Yeah. So since yellow is normally composite, we will use yellow. So, recommended to use Luma Y for sync. Oh, interesting. Okay, I do have to connect ground. Okay. Well, that would be black then. Okay, so that was I have used all my wire colors. Yep, guess I'm using yellow again. There's no 3300 cap on this at all. Like, that would be a ginormous cap. Like, huge. So I'm not sure what... yeah, I'm not sure where that would go. Because there's literally nowhere for it to fit. Yeah, 3300 is a huge cap. Like, that might be on the are you sure that's not talking about... Yeah, I was going to say, that's in the power supply, which we don't have. I'm looking at this thing, and I'm like, that's a giant cap if it was here. Yeah, it's... Okay, every connection has been made. Now, what I don't know is there was no specific wire for sync, so I'm guessing they must already steal that from one of the other, like, they must use the recommended one, because I didn't connect composite sync and there's nowhere to put composite sync. have a SNES cable down here. There it is. No, there's just nowhere to. Like I said, they're more than likely using the Luma, which is what the recommended use. The recommended one is. So. All right. Ow. Oh. So the recommended sync is Luma. So, and they seem to have built this thing pretty close to what Tim recommends, if not exactly. So I'm just gonna go off of the assumption that they're following his recommendations pretty closely. All right, we got our OSSC, got our SNES sync, our SNES cable. All right, not gonna lie, I am a little bit jittery, but again, it's not really a. All right. All right. Let's see. Okay. No sync. Interesting. Why do we have no sync? We have power. That's good. Nothing's like hot or anything. I just don't know. There's, like I said, there's nowhere else to connect sync to. Like, there's legitimately no more RGB. The only thing I can think of is the sync method. Hold on, let me try something. Every time I open it, I have to so annoying. It's really weird. Like, I would have expected... Okay, the regulator is warm. I need to get a heatsink on that. Ooh, toasty. Get that away from that cat. Yeah, there's nowhere to provide composite sink. Nah, the OSSC will generally just plug and play. Oh, did the wire for the Luma signal not solder in? Yeah, I think that's what it is. And the Luma is where it wants to get sync from. So that's probably what happened. It just didn't even solder. Weirdly. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't see the sync. Okay, and I know that the wire is now soldered. Alright, let's see. Again, there's not really many more wires to be wired in, so either there's a jumper not set right. Huh, there's not even like a link to like what all the other jumpers do. Ah, it's because I listened to you. J6 should be open for a Famicom. Did that actually open though? Is my question. Is it? Yes. Okay, well that wasn't exactly. Okay, so I'm confused because... Alright, I need to keep looking. I need to see... Yeah, I wired everything the way it works. It's wired the way I would expect it to be. I mean, yeah, it's weird. Like, we don't have sync. So they're probably running the composite right to the sync. So this should work. Like, there's really not... There's really not anything... Oh, you know what? Is the Nest one of those systems that won't put out a signal without a game? I bet you it is. That makes sense, because the cartridge probably tells the PPU. Although I would have expected... Alright, probably would have... Hold on. Are any of these Famicom, though? I think these are all super... Am I going to be able to get to my Famicom games? Yeah. There we go. Oh. Haha. Right? Namco. Pretty sure it's a Famicom. Yeah. Right. I think. Pretty sure. Oh, that could have been a lot worse. Alright. Happened to just stumble upon a box. Although, what's funny is this thing doesn't say Nintendo or Famicom or anything on it. %99 sure it's the Famicom game. Yep. I mean, the odds are in my favor. Yeah, you're good. I have games. I told you I had games, so that's why you didn't send it. The hell? Ah, man, that regulator is hot. The heck? The front is that way, so there's only one way that this could go in. The heck? What? The hell? Oh, that's really not looking good. The fuck? Something is dead shorted on this board. It only happened once I plugged in the cartridge. And like I said, I have done these countless times. Problem is, I don't know what it, because we're not even connected to the. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I know I put the cartridge in right. It can only go that one way. Oh, you can't even see me. Yep, put the cartridge in like that. Turned it on and nothing. I know it's not the. I don't know what it is because there's nothing. The only way I'd even be remotely able to figure that out is by hitting it with yeah, I could try. Yeah, that's cooking the. No, something is shorting the 5-volt rail. And it's on this board. Dude, seriously. Oh my god. It's on the Nest RGB. And that's what's crazy is like I can't imagine what it is. I'm trying to see like if I isolate the although that's just for the PPU. .3 is good, not shorted. I mean, again, we know the we know our power supply is we're getting a positive voltage. I am missing that one cap, but well, I know whatever it is on here, something. It's crazy though that it's the 5-volt rail. Oh my god. No, that's just a reset polarity. Bro, I'm sitting here like, what the fuck right now? I've done enough of these that there's really not anything that can go wrong. I mean, there's nothing to. This is the problem, though. Like right now, I don't know what would even be the issue, like to fix it. Like, I'm in a position of like I have no idea what. The problem is there's nothing connected. Like that's all like kind of obvious. There's nothing like the board disconnected from anything with no PPU is shorted. And it's a dead short too. Bro, it was fine until I put the cartridge in. I put the cartridge in and it just died. I don't see any, like, obviously damaged parts. Like, nothing seems burned. Like I said, I've done enough of these that I never had this issue. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward, install. You remove the, there's really not a lot that can go wrong on it. Yeah, especially on the RGB side. That I definitely can't tell you. I mean, maybe something with J6? Be dumb, but maybe being nope. Okay, I'm fairly sure I know what the cause is. It's the why I don't know. Alright, I'm fairly sure this is our problem. I'm pretty sure that's our issue. Whatever that is. Whatever this little chip is. Because it's the only thing that's hot on the board. Problem is, I don't know what that is. I mean, you ain't gonna be able to see it. It's tiny. Like, interesting. Like, I'm very confident in this install. I have no reason to suspect any issues with said install. I'm just really irritated because, like, there's no reason. And at this point, I can't really go any further because, like, that would involve, like, removing whatever that chip is. Yep, definitely that chip. Whatever that chip is. my problem is like what happened, because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, and I double checked, and I was kind of concerned because obviously I didn't follow the directions. I wired to that header, but like that header is fine. Like I was worried, like maybe I need it, but no, they're all J1's closed. It's like I was thinking like maybe I did something wrong, but I double checked all the connections to this. The only thing I think this chip handles the palette switching. Like I said, the only thing I'm worried about. No, because I had J6 open, didn't I? I was thinking like maybe come on, get off. Yeah, that chip is hot. Yeah, it's only going to do me so good, though, is my problem. That doesn't really answer the why. Like, what happened? And that's my bigger concern. Like, did I do something? Like, and I'm not going to hear from him for a little while, you know, at least a day or two. I'm actually more curious. Like, if I take that chip off, I'm not going to remove it because I don't want to. I don't know how difficult it'll be to put it back on. It's kind of small. Yes, I was thinking of that. If I could find where it gets its power from, I was thinking I could disconnect it. The problem is I can't read the chip. Like, how do I turn the flash? Oh. You know, I would have loved a better time to show you my talents of debugging and whatnot. This was not what I had in mind. It says STC QFN20. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah, it's a microcontroller. G1 K17. Yeah, there it is. Found it. Yeah, so it's a microcontroller. Some Chinesium one. Data sheets all in Chinese. Nothing wrong with Chinese, obviously, but I can't read it. So I have no idea what it's, but maybe I could find a pinout. Well, that tells me I'm not just buying one and reprogramming it. There we go. I'm gonna check its input voltage. Pin 5 is VCC. How do I know which pin is pin 1 though? I'm gonna guess the little dot on the bottom is pin 1. Let's see what input voltage this thing's getting. Maybe something in the voltage regulation failed. Well, the problem is it's so not working that so I could remove that and I could at least see then if I now know where it gets its power from. It's, I guess, worth at least seeing if the rest of this works. That the palette switch won't work, but Hey, it's alive again. Alright. At the least, we are back to the board running. Okay, still no sync. But the regulator's not cooking. That's good. Alright, it's currently set to... I mean, at the least, it's you know. So we still have no sync. I guess maybe I need to close one of the switches? Let me try... I don't know, I'll bridge one of the pallets to... Maybe I need... Maybe, because we're not getting any... Okay. There, I bridged one of the pallets. No? I mean, we definitely have a game in, so I know that's good. Is it all the way down? Is it like a weird connection issue? With these, I find it weird we have no sync. I am so confused here. Well, you know, I guess worst case, we don't really need to worry too much about the palette selection if we could get the rest of it working, because we have palette selection on the on your board. So if we don't really need the chip technically. So all it handles is palette selection. So I mean, we at least have a solution. I'm just not sure what the current issue is, that we have no sync. I mean, I'm gonna guess you know that this system works, yes? Oh, we no, is one is floating. You know what? Okay. I think one problem is I didn't realize that if it is okay, let's try that. Oh, wait, no, it is. Never mind. But I still need the PPU probably installed for sync. Okay. So I read the manual on the palettes, and apparently the way I had it, it's weird because I'm only getting one LED. So right now I have it set to palette 2. Pad 1 is grounded, is pulled up to 5 volts. The rest are floating. That should be palette 1. Problem is, this is a really old guide. What does J9 do? So currently it thinks no palette is selected. Let me make sure J1 is cleared. Oh my god, phone. Yes. J1 is cleared. Let me short the others to ground. Maybe they're not. Maybe because they're not shorted. Okay, so those are now definitely grounded. Before they were just floating, so maybe there was some weirdness there. No, we're only getting the LED that says it's disabled. Oh, I didn't change back. No, wait, no. J6 should be open because we're. Was it J2? So it's almost like the. It's weird. I mean, LED 0 being on indicates we don't have a palette selected. Oh my god, okay, first of all, I'm stupid. Okay, so I think this has been a non-issue the whole time. I have been... I thought the pin next... I forgot the pin next to the... I'm so stupid. The pin next to the thing I thought was 5 volts is actually the reset output. So the whole time, all of the palettes are off. Okay. Here we go. For real this time, because I'm not stupid. Nope, still says, I mean, I have palette 2 selected. And it's still not, oh wait, maybe this time I don't have a game in, because I got so sidetracked. Nope. I mean, nothing is, this time at least, being weird. This is crazy. I can't tell you how many of these, and never experienced such issues. Like, this is crazy. Oh, it doesn't even matter to have this connected because we know the damn palette's not, It says to connect them to ground. So I connected it to ground, one of them to ground, and I think so. There's a jumper that controls the pallets. Wait, what? Oh wait, yeah, what? Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're connected. We got power, so either the chip isn't working. Yeah, okay. Definitely an NTSC. One thing I want to know is what the voltage levels on those pallet. Kind of wishing I had a NES RGB. Unfortunately, don't. That's one of the few systems I don't have. So we got about 1 volt on. We're getting about 1 volt on these rails, or on the selection pins. I don't know what. Yeah. I mean, I definitely have a. Problem is, I mean, I could put that chip back on, but it's obviously got an issue. Yeah, at this point, really, like you said, our only option is, and hopefully send us another one. Because I don't really have any other ideas here. Like you said, and we know we did everything right. All our pins are in the right spot, and it's really not. It's not really a difficult install once you get the board out. So I'm really confused. I just feel like, goddamn, like I know I had worked on one of these before, Let me switch off of this since there's no point. I had worked on one of these before where there was a firmware bug where so I'm wondering. Hold on. 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 Let me look at something. Let me check something, because I've talked to him about a similar issue where by default doesn't select the palette. Where did I talk to him? Where is this? I've talked to him about this. Where? When did... No, no, it only... Okay. And actually, that really shouldn't matter now that I think about it. Because that would have only mattered on a... Okay, let me reconnect this chip. Dude, capillary action is so cool. If you've never seen a chip just snap into place. Okay, well, we're back to where we started. Yeah, dude, it just goes crank. Well, that sucks. It, you know, it really, really. I wish I could be like, oh, I know specifically why this happened. But like I said, I've done a few of these. This isn't even remotely my first one. What's up? Did I? Let me. I didn't. Let me check my emails. Oh yes, the Ace 2B. I'm trying to figure out the whole shipping it thing because Canada tariffs, stuff like that. I got your order. No, wait. Okay, maybe I'm. Wait. Sorry, I must have you confused for somebody else then. You emailed me? Oh. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I mixed up. I do not. Where did you send it to? Because I don't have an email. You said Thursday. Let me try and just not searching the. Yeah, I don't have any. Ooh, that's sorry. I don't know why, but I don't get. There it is. Oh, it's because I marked it as completed. I marked the system I use. Sorry. Yeah, I marked. I was wondering if it would do that. It's because I marked it as completed. I didn't realize it sent that email. You could disregard that. Yeah, you're not from New York, so you won't pay tax. Yeah, yeah. Ignore that. That was the system. That was when I first set up the store. It was yeah. You didn't. You're not in New York. You don't pay tax. That was just a bad. I fixed that after your order. It was for some reason it was doing it based on the shipping location, not the destination. But I fixed it. By the way, how is your case and everything? Yeah. All right. Well, I'm at this point. Yeah. Yeah, she's I can't think of why that would have happened. Yeah, trust you. Don't I know? All right, let me reach out to Tim. You What's really weird is that it was working kind of, but it was like it never I don't know, man. It's so bizarre. And I know I've emailed Tim before. So it's really weird I can't find that email. Maybe I did it through Yahoo? I have my RAM coming. I don't know how long it's going to be. Come on. Come on. Chrome. Screw off. August 6th. Okay, and of course it's got to be Wednesday, the day after I go to my cousin's, which, you know, I guess I'll just bring that laptop home. I have no idea where I talked to Tim. I doubt I would have deleted the email. That's crazy. I don't even know. You know, it's a Famicom. Yep, it's got a NES RGB on it, but for some reason it died. Like this little chip here died. It's shorted. But what's weird is if I remove it, then it still doesn't work. So I think something's off on this board. Yeah. It's really weird because, yeah, come on, stop it. Go away. Come on. Come on, computer. Stop being annoying. Come on. Come on. Stop it. Yep, I have no clue. Because that was when I ordered my RGB mod for my... it's so weird. Alright, well... Yep, I have no emails from him. So either I've already deleted it or... But he's not even in my... I don't know. Boy, I cannot type today. Alright, I need to now take photos of the install. All right, I emailed him, sent him photos. I just hope that he his warranty. We have 3.3 volts. Bro, I feel so bad. Like, I mean, you saw me do the work, though, right? Like, at least in this case, you saw the process, so there's no question, like, okay, you know, the work was done well. You know, like, I'm always worried about, you know, being like, hey, yeah, you know, it doesn't work, and then it's like, well, what did you do? Right? You know? Can I put them under there? Oh, sweet. Yes, I can. Well, I could put them under... Well, I guess I could just run them under the board. I was all worried. What am I doing? I'm all worried about these wires getting caught. I'm like, I could just run them under the PCB. Stupid me. Yeah, this sucks. Not gonna lie, man, it sucks. And that chip should be 5-volt tolerant because, you know, the wires from the, what you call it, are 5 volts, so. Alright, well, we'll see what he comes back with. It's really weird it doesn't say Nintendo at all on it. I did confirm, at least, it is a Famicom game. Not that I had doubts, but, you know, all things considered. At this point, I would question everything. Ah, man. I'm bummed, bro. Well, I guess at this point, we could, you said you wanted to see the, Jeez. I could plug in the, whatchamacallit at this point. Now that I have a cable, apparently, for it. Oops. Forgot to, well, at least, you know, that we know the power supply, isn't the issue. Well, again, I lack a cable, somehow. Despite me having a cable, just not... Yeah, no, bro. Well, you know, I'm upset. I'm principally upset. Not upset with me. I know what I did. The only thing that worries me is, like, you know, there being, like, a speck of something that fell, or... I don't know. You never know with this stuff. Okay, yeah. So... That is a different connector. That's got 2 pins, not 3. So that is different. Alright, so I need to find some USB ports. I gotta find some USB ports. I got to use my USB extension for my thermal camera. Great $4 I spent. Look at this thing. This is actually quite nice. It's way longer than I need. And unfortunately, it also puts the camera upside down. But, still. It really, so you said that the what is that what was that board called again? TurboNanza. So, what cable does this work with? Bro, man, the jack isn't standard. The jack on that TurboNanza isn't standard. Well, it is, but it's not just it's not a Saturn cable. It's a different. It's like one more pin than a Saturn cable. The worst part is there's not a ton of information. Okay, just a heads up. Have your X-Acto knife ready. And something smaller. When with a din that isn't shaped exactly. And pins are in the same plate. They're not, though. Then what is my cable for? What's the MSX use? Maybe I have just the wrong cable. No, the MSX uses a bigger cable. Now, what cable do I have? Huh. I gotta modify the connector. Yeah, I think I just don't have the right cable. It's funny because the cable I have fits this, which is not the... So I must just have the wrong cable here. I don't know what what it's for. Maybe it's... Oh, you know what? I bet you that's the Sega Genesis. Yeah, that's gonna be the Sega Genesis. Super Nintendo Sega Genesis. Yep, that's why. It's not Saturn. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring that with me, and I will test it while I'm there. I have a retro tink there, so I'm gonna head over there now anyway. Dinner time, which I usually am already over there. I'll let you know if I hear back from Tim, and I'll send you a photo of the results of. Yeah, it's Saturn. I had yeah. I didn't realize what cable I had, so. I was stupid, and I misunderstood what they meant when they said it wasn't the right jack. It's just there's a little extra in the jack that... Ignore it. Don't worry about it. It's Saturn. I just had the wrong cable. They're not labeled. These cables are just cables. They're not labeled. So, but I got the power connector. I'm gonna go find like Toby Keith or whatever that game is. I don't have very many TurboGrafx games. I also got to disassemble this. Apparently, I forgot the stupid power switch came off, but whatever. Let me make sure I know where that is. All right. In the world of video games, there's too many video games. Alright. There it is. Okay. Yep. Alright, we're good. It's at the bottom of the box. I will worry about that later. I am not looking forward to doing this, by the way. I hate through holes sometimes. I prefer a surface mount. Alright. I got everything here. I will send you a photo once it's, once I can test it. And hopefully can have, some positive outcome. Alright. Let me get out of here. Ciao.